Good morning, all colleagues. As most of the participant has attend the room, we can start the session now. Good morning, everyone. It is great to see you again, and I'm hoping all of you having a good start today to follow all session in our workshop today. First of all, I would like to thanks to all colleagues. Good morning, all colleagues. Just a minute. I'm sorry. First of all, I would like to thanks to all colleagues for your participation in the second part of ASEAN Regional Workshop on Big Data for enhancing official statistics that will be held from 2nd to 4th June of 2021. As continuation from previous part of workshop, I hope participants from first part can join this second and also next part of workshop. So all participants can catch the experience was shared by our trainers. Special thanks also expressed to our trainers that have spent their time in the midst of their business to prepare the lecture for this series of workshop. Before we start with first agenda, I would like to reshare again our agenda for today. Let me share. Okay, this is the agenda. We start with registration and checking system. And then the first agenda is opening remarks. Will be delivered by representative of ASEAN Stats, BPS and DOSM. The next is short session for photo taking segment. And we come to the main session, which is the presentation of the training. Okay, I believe there will be short break time, but I will leave the trainer to choose appropriate time to taking the break time. Okay, that's all the agenda. Now we have to move the first one, which is the opening remark. For the first speaker, I will invite Mr. Anang Laksono, Head of Statistic Division, ASEAN Stats, ASEAN Secretariat. Pak Anang, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Eka. Good morning, Pak Muhammad Romzi, Director of Statistical Information System of BPS, Puan Jamaliah Jafar, the Head Core Team of Big Data Analytics in Department of Statistics Malaysia, and distinguished participants. First of all, I would like to thank for your time, for your participation in this second part of the workshop of Big Data. And as all of us acknowledge, big data is important, not only as alternative sources for official statistics in the middle of the limited surveys, limited census, and limited other sources that usually we use for our official statistics, but big data also can be beneficial for us to enhance the quality of the statistic that we produce and disseminate. So because of that, again, we would like to convey, we would like to express our expectation that all of us could participate actively in this session in the whole session of the workshop, so that the workshop can get the result as our expectation. And as has been mentioned in the first part of the workshop, that this workshop is only our starting point of our activities. After the series of the workshop, we will try to have the pilot project next year. That's why the series of the workshop will be very important, will be very crucial, particularly for the success of the next follow-up actions. And also this workshop of big data, this is one of our first capacity building activities that is conducted using ASEAN HEP ASEAN framework. So again, this is important also. If this workshop is successful, then it can be a good example for other activities under ASEAN HEP ASEAN framework. So again, please enjoy the workshop. Please obtain the knowledge as much as possible. And of course, once again, I would like to convey our great appreciation, especially for BPS Statistic Indonesia and Department of Statistics Malaysia, that are able to be the trainers, to be the resource person during the series of the workshop. So finally, please enjoy the time as much as possible. Please contribute as much as possible for the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Banang. Now I will invite a representative from BPS Indonesia, Dr. Muhammad Romzi, Director of Statistic Information System. Pak Romzi, please, floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Pak Anang Laksono, ASEAN Stats Committee, Puan Jamalia from Department of Statistics Malaysia. Also, good morning to each one of you who joins as a representative from your respective National Statistics Office. Welcome to the second part of the ASEAN Regional Workshop on Big Data for Enhancing Official Statistics. First of all, I would like to offer my gratitude to ASEAN Stats Committee, who has facilitated this event. It is such an honor for us, BPS Statistics Indonesia, to be able to actively take part in this sharing session. BPS Statistics Indonesia has started the Big Data Utilization Initiative since around 2016. One of our earliest and mature big data project is the use of mobile positioning data, or MPD, to support the production of tourism and mobility statistics. And starting from 2018, we have also started developing our own big data platform to store and process those big data. But even then, we still have a lot that we need to learn. We still have many rooms for improvement. We all know that technologies keep evolving, new potential sources of data keep appearing. Those we also need to keep on learning, exploring, and continuously improving. And secondly, I'd also like to thank all of the participants who have spared their time to join this capacity building, starting from part 1 last month. We all know that in this data feed and digital society, the problem for making a well-informed decision is no longer the lack of data, but rather the abundance of it. With the rise of big data in recent years, many new opportunities arise as various new data sources appear. However, those opportunities come with challenges. And one of the main challenges is how to make use and make sense of all of that data. We are thankful that we, BPS Statistics Indonesia, are given a chance to share about what we have done here. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that we have been completely successful in overcoming the challenges in big data. Thus, it would be a really advantage for all of us if any of you can actively share what you have done so that we can all learn together and gain new perspective from each other. Whether or not we face similar or relatable technical problems, whether or not there is a different solution for that, and so on. Last but not least, I'm really hoping that this capacity building will be beneficial for all of us and become a starting point where we NSOs can collaborate to fully optimize the use of big data. I have heard that this is supposedly not a once-off event, but rather a continuous one. The material is not too technical and complex because the first goal is to introduce and share the possible utilization of big data to support official statistics. Hopefully later on, as we have tried to implement what we learned here, we can have another session where we can discuss more about the challenges that we face and how to solve them. I think that's all for me. I'm really looking forward to all of your active participation in this sharing session. Happy learning, stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Ramzi. Our next speaker is representative from Department of Statistics Malaysia, Ms. Puan Jamaliah Jafar, Head of Core Team Big Data Analytics. Puan Jamaliah, please, time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Tueka. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to Mr. Anang Laksono, Head of Statistics Division ASEAN Stat, Dr. Muhammad Romzi, Director Statistical Information System BPS Indonesia, and all participants. Welcoming you again to our second part of ASEAN Regional Workshop on Big Data for Enhancing Official Statistics. Thank you for your continuous commitment in leveraging the opportunity to develop big data talent in your National Statistical Office through this workshop. Talent management is an important resource for an NSO to compete. This is to prepare the organization readiness in competing globally by maximizing the benefit associated with the current booming technology. As I mentioned in the previous workshop, big data analytics, or better known as BDA technologies itself, is insufficient to manage BDA tasks. Well-planned analytical processes and talented people with skill are also essential to execute the BDA initiative effectively. Better data and better decision yield better performance to NSO. In many NSO, human resource capabilities have resulted in a true revolution in how NSO to understand the current trend in collecting, storing, and analyzing large volume of data and make a new approach to decision making. Thus, talent management should not be lacked in this regard. Tackling BDA is tedious and requires an art in planning and executing with proper capacity development. With this in mind, the talent gap in organizations needs to be filled so that individuals and organizations could obtain improve and retain the skill, knowledge, tools, equipment, and other resources needed to perform in big data at a great capacity. Realizing that fact, we hope this workshop will provide participants with the knowledge and skill relevant to BDA utilization for enhancing official statistics and indirectly filling the talent gap. Another message I would like to emphasize to all participants is by attending this workshop alone is insufficient, as you need to build the ability to apply what you have learned. More personal practices and self-exploration are needed to acquire a deep understanding of the subject or to develop lifelong skills in BDA, which also include critical thinking, problem solving, and data communication. Without further ado, I wish to extend our warm welcome to you to second part of the ASEAN Regional Workshop on Big Data for Enhancing Official Statistics. May this 3 days workshop will be profitable, enjoyable, and fruitful to every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Puan Jamalia Jafar. Okay, right now it's time to photo taking segment. So can I ask everyone to turn your camera on? I will be counting down when it's time to give your smile. Okay, we wait all participants to turn the camera. Still coming. Okay. I still see a few participants without camera. Okay. We wait for another second to give a chance for our other colleagues to turn their camera on. Okay. I think most of the participants have turned their camera. So I will counting down. So you can give your smile. 3, 2, 1. Hold for more moment. Okay, thank you everyone for your smile. Okay, before we start our topic, I will introduce our trainer for today. We only have one topic for today, but will be presented by our three trainer. Okay, I will share the trainer. Okay, they are the trainer who will give the topic about introduction to database. First is Naini Novianti. As you can see, uh, his position, responsibility, and her specialization. And second, Dwi Puspitasari. And the third is Muhammad Hanif Fahyu Ananto. I just got update from Pak Setia in last minute that Miss Isnaini cannot join the session due to technical reason. So the topic will be presented by Dwi Puspitasari and M. Hanifah Yuananto. Okay, that bring me to the end of the introduction. Without further ado, I will hand over the time to Miss Dwi Puspitasari. Miss Dwi Puspitasari, I will give the floor to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. How are you today? Okay. Oh well.
Good morning.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'm glad to have this opportunity to have the second part of the capacity building, and I'm hoping that all of you can actively participate in the session, just like the opening remarks said, because hopefully we can learn from each other, and then yeah, so we can like fully optimize the big data utilization in National Statistic Office. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to start the first material that's about introduction to database. Wait, let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you. Well, now, as we all know, we have last month we have the first part of this workshop, and on that part we have given an introduction to database theoretically. So we have explained what is database and why do we need that, what is the component of that, and how you manipulate database, like how do you create them using DDL, and how you manipulate the data inside them using data manipulation language, and so on. We have covered that in the first part. So hopefully you've got like a basic understanding of what is database. And actually, I'm sure that maybe some of you already know about that already. So yeah, now today, instead of talking about the theoretical concept like in the previous session, we're going to deep more into like the technical aspect of the database itself. So for today, there are like three topics we're going to talk about. The first one is data modeling. The second one is data definition language, or DDL. And the third one is data manipulation language. Okay, so for this material, I will have my colleague, Mas Hanif, that will help me. Okay. But first of all, I would like to ask all of you. I think there are like around 30 participants here. So yeah, excluding the committee, I'm assuming there are like around 30 participants. Does anyone have all of you downloaded and installed the required software? Because
yes,
yeah, because for this session, as we're going to do some technical aspect, we're going to do some practice and hands-on. I'm really hoping that all of you can follow and join in on the session actively. So it is important that all of you install the required software as we have shared the installation guide. Have any of you installed the software, or does any of you have problem during installation or anything? Maybe you can share in the chat if you have, or if you haven't, or if you have any problem, or you can just raise your hand and share your screen maybe if you need some help, and we'll try to help. Just to make sure so that we won't have any trouble, or you won't be left behind when we come into the practice session.
Yes, I already installed the required software.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's Mr. Boni from Cambodia. What about everyone else? Okay, thank you. From Vietnam, from Brunei also. Oh, maybe Mr. Is it Mr. Hairul? I think.
yeah.
What kind of problem that you have?
Cannot be found like Visual Studio 2017.
Sorry, or maybe you can share your screen. Okay, from Malaysia is done also. For you who have downloaded the software, have you also installed it? Okay, so yes, some of you have downloaded SQL Server integration. What about the SQL Server integration extension? In which part do you have problem?
It's not found. It's not found there.
Would you mind to share your screen? So we can see and try to help. Yeah, it's fine. But what about the SQL Server Management Studio? For that, is it fine? For that software?
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Or maybe we can. Oh, okay.
I'm sharing here. If you want to see, you can see that. I think it's 2017, not 2019.
Okay.
See,
it's supposed to be okay. Please go to tools, extensions.
So I have to search.
Yeah, integration. Please just or maybe you can just type integration instead of SQL Server integration. Just type integration. It is you type integration instead of integration. I think there's a typo in there. It's supposed to be integration. Integration.
Right.
I've typed in the chat. Integration. Yeah. Okay. So I think there is an R after T, integration. Okay, still not found. Then maybe we'll try to get back to you later. Because for now, for today's session, what we need is the SQL Server Management Studio. The SQL Server Integration Service is what we need for the third day. So yeah, maybe we will try to get back to you maybe after the session or during the break.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. What about anyone else? What about the SQL Server Management Studio? Have everyone downloaded that and installed that? Or does any of you have some problem? Because that's what we're going to use for today. Okay, so thank you. Okay, good. Okay, so for now, I'm assuming that it has been installed and it can run well. So I'm going to start the explanation. Okay, so yeah. Once again, welcome and good morning. We're going to talk about database, and as I've said, this one is going to be a little bit technical, but not too advanced. This is like just an introduction. So yeah, maybe like the basic concept and like the basic use of the database and SQL Server. The first one, we will talk about data modeling. So what is data modeling? As we've learned in the first part of this workshop, we've known that all of the data that we collect, all of the data that we use for processing and analysis, it needs to be stored somewhere in order so we can access that and we can use that easily. And to store that, usually the most basic data storage is database. And to save the data in the database, we need data modeling. So data modeling is the process of creating a data model for the data to be stored in database. So you want to store the data in the database, but you can just store it as it is. You need to understand what kind of data that you want to store. What is the structure of your data? Like what kind of tables that you need, what kind of variables that you need, something like that. That is basically, that's the concept of data modeling. It is about how you create a structure or design or model about the data that you are going to store into the database. And data modeling helps in the visual representation of the data and enforces business rules, regulatory compliances, and government policies on the data. So what is this visual representation mean? We will see in the next slide. But as I've said, basically data modeling will help you, will help your business run, because you need to understand the data that is used for your business. And in order to store the data into the database, you need data modeling. And lastly, data model is defined as an abstract model that organizes data description, data semantics, and consistency constraint of the data. And yeah, maybe this term is kind of a bit unfamiliar for some of us who is not familiar with database, but I think this will be more clear in the next slide. But basically, yeah, but basically, this is like, this diagram will help you understand it. So we know that database is basically come from the need to store the data, and the data came from the business needs, right? So we first need to know the business process that we have. Maybe like it is about a human resource. So you will like have employee table and something like that. Or for like marketplace data, if we scrap marketplace data or we crawl marketplace data from web, then we will have the marketplace data table, something like that. That's like the first one. We need to know the business process of the data that we're going to store first. And then we need to know the data requirement, what kind of table that we need, the employee table, for example. to manage employee data, and then the marketplace data table to manage the data that we crawl from marketplace. And that is basically the logical data modeling. It's still like the logical aspect. And then after that, we kind of move into the more technical requirement. Like after you know what kind of table that you need to also understand what kind of variables that you need. Like for example, for the employee table, you'll need like a variable like name or like address or like identity, something like that. And then after in the more advanced side, you also need to like consider performance requirement. Because after defining the variable, you also need to define the data type, and different data types sometimes can affect the performance when you query the data or something. So yeah, you need to consider whether you want to use integer or whether you want to use float to store numerical data, something like that. And this, the technical requirement, the variable and the data type, it makes up into a physical data model. So in the logical, you only think until the table part, but for physical, you think up to the variable that you need and also the data type for each of that variables. And then lastly, after you create the logical and physical data model, you will have to like insert the business data. You need to create and update the data. And that's what we do in the data manipulation language, I'm sorry. Okay, so basically that's the concept of data modeling. Okay, and this is the example for data modeling. So this is the data that we're going to use for today. So for today's session, we're going to use marketplace data. This is not exactly the actual number that we obtained from the crawling, but yeah, basically this is the data that we crawl from the marketplace, and this is the structure of the data that we have. We have performed some cleaning, some data pre-processing, and yeah, this is the data that we use for visualization. Basically, we use the structure as it is, but we kind of change the number of the data, the number in the data. So this is not an actual number, just you can see that it's a dummy number. So basically the data that we use will contain like information regarding the region. And for us in Indonesia, it is in the province level. And then the category of the item that is being sold in the marketplace. And then the subcategory of that items. And then the month, this is like at the month where the data is obtained. So, and then there's the number of shops. So it shows how many shops are there in this province for this category, for this subcategory in this month, it shows that. And there's a sales amount. This is about, how many of the items in this subcategory, in this category, in this province, in this month that are being sold. And then the turnover. You can say that the turnover is basically like a profit. So the median price is the median price of each item that is being sold. And the turnover is basically multiplication between the sales amount and the median price. Yeah, so that's the, what do you say, like the general illustration of our data, because when we practice later, we are going to use this data. So I hope that this explanation can give you an illustration about the data that we're going to use. Okay, and then for that, after we have understand what is the data about, we also need to understand what component, the kind of components, the kind of structure that are in the data. So for this one, for this province, category, and subcategory column, we call them dimension. So dimension is basically, there's something in my screen. Okay, sorry. So dimension is basically the category, or like, the group that you use to aggregate data, to group by data, something like that. You call that dimension. And then the period, it shows the period of the data that is being collected and that's being processed. And the measure is the value itself. I'm hoping that this is understandable, but in case whether I am too fast or whether there is something that's not clear, you can just raise your hand or type your question in the chat box. Or in case I'm too fast, you can also ask me to slow down, and yeah, just ask away if there's any question. Okay, so that's about the data that we're going to use. And then next, we're going to do the data modeling itself. So after we know that we're going to use the data, how do we need to model? How do we need to create a data model for this data so we can start into the database? Okay, so wait. Yeah, so after we've seen the data, this is an example of the data modeling. This is, you can see that this one is the first part, the first model, that is the logical data model. So in this one, you're only defining the table that you use. So like we know that there is the data itself, the measures, and then there is the dimension, and then there is the month or period. And usually for data modeling, we group the period and the measures into the data, into the data table. So it only contains the data itself. And then the dimension, usually you store it in different data. That's the ideal data modeling. So for the province, you store it in the region table. And then for the subcategory, you store it in the subcategory table. And then for category, you store it in the category table. So you store it in different table like that, because if you've only stored in one table and the data is getting bigger and getting larger, it's going to be hard to manage them. So yeah, this is the ideal, you can say like this is the ideal way to store the data. You separate the data itself, the measures and the dimension into different tables. And then you will see in here that among the data, among the table, there is relationship like the marketplace data. Since this is only the data itself without the information, without the complete information about the region, so you need to like connect it into to the region table. And the same also apply with category and subcategory. So later on, we will see that in the marketplace data table, it doesn't have like the complete information regarding the dimension. So it needs to have relationship with it needs to be related to the other table. Yeah, in this, maybe for this one, yeah, you're going to get a more clearer example of what I'm talking about. So you see for this marketplace data, the variable that we have is only like region code, subcategory code, and then month, and then there is the this one is like the measures, the data, basically the value of the data. But other than that, other than the measures and the period, we only have the subcategory code and the region code. We don't have like the region name, the subcategory name. So in order to have that name, we need to have this marketplace data table be linked into the region table, because the region name is in the region table. The same also applies to category. The category name is in the category table. And yeah, so for category, instead of it is directly linked to marketplace data, in order for this table to be, usually we call this normalization. Usually we only like store the subcategory code, and then the marketplace data table is linked to the subcategory table. And then in the subcategory table, we have the category code, and then and finally from the subcategory code, we link it to the category code. So there is no direct link here, but from here, through here, and through here. Up till now, is there any confusion regarding my explanation, or is everything clear?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if there is, yeah, because I'm afraid that this is kind of hard to explain in words. Yeah, so maybe if you have any question, you can ask, but after, I hope that it will be more clearer in the next session. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and then this is another example. Usually for this table, for this data modeling, we can create it in the like Visio, Microsoft Visio, or there is also like online tools that you can use like Draw.io, and basically the result is something like this. You create the this is the table. There are 4 tables, just as we've modeled earlier. There are 4 tables, that is marketplace data, region, category, and subcategory. For marketplace, you have these variables, and then all of that variables. From all of the variables, some are going to be used as a key. So you see in the first slide, it is said that data model can help you with compliance, policy, and consistency constraint. So this is the constraint that we are talking about. This is the constraint that we're talking about. So region code, we will use this to connect to the region table to obtain region name. So in this, if you're familiar with database, usually there's like primary key. Primary key is like the identifier of each table, and it can be, the data can be redundant, it needs to be unique, something like that. That's the primary key. And then there is also foreign key, shortened as F key. So region code in the marketplace data is a foreign key because it refers to the primary key that is region code in other table. So basically that's a constraint because the data that exists in marketplace data, the region code needs to be similar with the region code that exists in the region table. So for the like the concrete example of this is if the region code in the region table is, let's say, 1 until 50, then you can have like region code 115 in the marketplace data. You can have it like that. For the region code in the marketplace data also need to be in range 1 until 50, just like in the region table. Basically, that's the constraint that we need to keep the consistency, and that's the use of foreign key and primary key to help us keep the consistency of the constraint and something like that. And then there is also another foreign key, that is subcategory code. This is a foreign key too, and this refers to the primary code that is subcategory code in the subcategory table. And in the subcategory table, we also have another foreign key that is category code, and it refers to the category code that is a primary key in the category table. So basically, that's the data model that we're going to use for this, for this session. We are going to use marketplace data, and this is the data model that we create. First, we create this is like the logical data model, and then this is the physical data model. And if we go into the more technical side, we also need, like I've said before, we also need to consider the data type that we're going to use. But since this is an introduction and we're not going to discuss much about performance because that will be too complex, so we're going like to use the most basic, or let's say the most common data type for each of them. Okay. For this one, do you have any question? Because after this, we are going straight into practice session, and we're going to use our SQL Server Management Studio for that. But yeah, okay. Just for a preview, in the next session, we're going to talk about data definition language, that is creating the database, altering it, dropping it, and so on. And yeah, before we go into that, I want to make sure that you understand this one. You understand the data or at least you understand the data that we're going to use. Because if you still kind of confused about this one, then I think you're going to be confused too when we create the database table and so on. For now, is it clear? Okay, so I'm assuming there's no question, and we're going to, yeah, okay, good. If it's clear and there's no more question, we're going to go into the data definition language. And for this, I need you to open your SQL Server Management Studio. Wait, I'm going to open mine too. Okay, so have you all opened your SQL Server Management Studio? Basically, it looks like this, just like what we've shared in the installation guide. Yeah, oh, sorry. Wait. Okay. Oh. Oh, loading. Okay. While we wait for all of you who still load the SQL Server Management Studio, maybe we'll try to refresh what we have learned in the first part. So in the first part, one of my colleagues, Hanif, has explained about database and its component and the command that we use in using them, in utilizing them. And one of the language that we usually use is DDL, or data definition language. So basically, data definition language is a language or a command that you use to define a database structure or pattern. So yeah, as we've seen in the previous slides, the data model, that is the database structure. So you can say that the data model is the database structure that we're going to implement. And that data definition language, it is something that we use to store information, such as the number of tables, what are the schemas, and what are the name of the tables, whether you want to create indexes, columns, or constraint. Everything will be stored in the database, and you can try to create that, alter that, or like delete that using data definition language. But for now, since this is like only we're going to, since we don't want this to be too complex and too difficult, we will mostly talk about the creation, alter, dropped, comment, rename, and truncate. And we're only going to apply that to the database and table objects. We won't, for records and fields, this is, and also fields, or fields is basically column. We're going to talk about the definition language that is consisting mostly of these six commands: create, until, truncate, and we're going to apply that to the three objects, that is database, tables, and fields or columns. For records, you will manipulate this. You will deal with this in the data manipulation language section. For index, key, and view, we won't go there for now. Okay, so that's basically what is DDL. And while we wait, I'm also going to explain some of the command. Okay, so the first command that we're going to use, and I think the most common one, is create. Because first of all, before you want to like alter or modify your database, first of all, you have to have that database first. So you need to create that. So yeah, create statement is basically used to create objects like that, like what I've talked about: database, table, index, views, keys, columns, or anything, and so on. And here are the example of the syntax. So basically, you just type create table. This is the command, and then table name. This is the name of the table that you want to create. For example, in the previous slide, we have like region table. Then you can use create table region, and then you define what are the columns that you need to have in this table. Yes. Anyone want to ask a question?
Dia nak bercakap tak? Tak nak. Dia tengok TV dulu ya.
Miss Faiza, Miss. Okay, I think it's just she accidentally unmute. Okay. So yeah, that's the syntax for creating the table, and the syntax for creating the database. Actually, you need to create the database first. I'm sorry. So for creating the database, you only need to type create database and then the database name. And yeah, you just that's only like one line syntax, very simple. You just need to execute that, and then you will have your database created and ready to use. And after that, after you create the database, you need to create the table. And this is the syntax for creating the table. Sorry. Yeah, you just type create table, the table name, and then you need to like define the column that you want to have in the table, and then you enclose that column, and it's typed with a bracket. Yeah, so this is like the general or like the guideline syntax, and we will apply this during our practice. Okay, so this is for create, and then next is for alter. So alter is basically, as it said, similar. It is used to like modify the structure of the objects or of the database. Maybe like you want to add column, or you want to drop column, delete a column, or you want to modify a column, like you want to rename that, or you want to change the data type. You can use it you can do that by using alter statement. So for example, when you create like a marketplace data table, there are like a lot of variables in there, like around 7 or maybe 8. And then later on, as you use this table, you realize that you have need for another new column, or you realize that there is a column that you no longer use. Then you can perform the alter statement to add a column that you need, or to drop or delete the column that you no longer need. Or maybe for you have like the need to rename a certain column because yeah, maybe like you mistyped it or something, you can also perform a alter statement to rename that. And in case, for example, you, instead of region, you create regions using as, and it kind of confuses you when you perform a manipulation query. When you insert data or something, you kind of confused whether or not you use as. You can just change your table name, something like that. And for data type, for example, for region code, you only define that you want to use integer, and the length for that integer is you only define like 2. So basically it kind of means like only 2 digits. But then later on your data grows bigger and you realize that you need a greater number to store the code. So maybe you will use like 3-digit number or even like 5-digit number. So you can change your data type from integer with length 2 to integer with length 5. Or you can change, another example is, at first you define that the code is integer, using integer data type, so only number, right? But then later on you want to, due to some some condition, you want to change it and use varchar instead. You want to use character. You want your code to use like alphabetical character instead of just number. Then you can change it from integer to varchar. On how we use that, we will going to see in the practice session. But for the basic syntax, is basically like this. For adding column, you can just write alter table. So similar like the previous one, but instead of create, you type alter and then alter table. What is the name of the table that you want to modify? And then if you want to add column, just type add and then yeah, type the column name and the data type of the column that you want to add. And for drop, you can just like drop table and then the table name. That's the syntax for adding or dropping column. Actually, I think I've included the reference of website that you can use in case you want to know the syntax, the full syntax. I will share that later. And that is for adding and dropping. And then the next for modifying column, you can use this one. Alter table, oh, sorry, this is for dropping column. Alter table name, drop column or column name. For rename, we will talk about it in the next slide. That is for alter. Now for drop. Actually, we have talked about drop in this one, drop column, but yeah. Drop statement is used to destroy existing objects. So like in this previous slide, you see that we use drop column to drop a column that is an object. And we can also use that to drop a database, a table, a view, or any other objects. And the common syntax is basically just drop what are the objects, whether it's drop database or drop table, or like the previous one, drop column, like this one, drop column. This is the object name. Drop object, and then what is the object name? So if you want to drop table, then drop table, table name. For example, drop table employee, drop table region, something like that. And then for drop database, you can just use drop database marketplace if your database is named marketplace. So that's the example for drop and the use of it. And then truncate. So truncate, it is, some people usually confuse about drop and truncate. So basically the difference between drop and truncate is when you drop an object, you destroy the entire object. The schema, the data, the structure, you destroy and delete every of that. But for truncate, you only kind of clean the data, but the structure of the object itself is still there. So in this one, this is the first statement that I've just explained. Basically, it preserves the structure of the table in case you want to use it for future use, but you clean the data. So for example, you've already created the table, the region table, but you insert the wrong data. Instead of deleting the entire table, you can just truncate the data and clean the data. So the data will all be deleted, but the structure and the table will still be there, and you can use it to insert new data and new correct data. Usually this is the use for truncate. And yeah, it is normally it is fast compared to dropping table because you only delete the data and not the structure. And then this is where you need to be careful. Truncate and drop statement is something that you cannot undo. So for example, if you alter a table, if you rename a table, if you rename a table, or if you change the type, you can rename it back, or you can change it back to the way it was before. But if you drop something, if you drop object, or if you truncate an object, then you can undo it. So be careful when you're using these two statements, drop and truncate. You need to use it wisely. And then for the syntax for that, it is similar, also similar to the previous one, just type truncate and then the table and the table name. That is for truncate. I hope that from now on you're no longer confused about the difference about drop and truncate, and you can use it as as you need. And now for rename. Yeah, rename statement is specifically used for renaming objects, like what I've said before. You can, it's basically a part of alter statement. So yeah, you modify a structure of a database or of a table of an objects by renaming them, by changing the name. But actually for SQL Server, it's kind of different because for other database, as we've learned in the first part, there are like various type of database. There are SQL Server, MySQL, Postgre, and then Oracle. And for each of the database, sometimes the syntax is a bit different. And this is one of that example. So in Microsoft SQL Server, instead of using alter, it uses sp rename for renaming table or column. So the syntax is not like alter table, alter table, table name, something like that. It is a bit different. The syntax is sp rename, sp underscore rename, and then you type the old name of the column or of the table, and then there is a comma, and you write the new name that you want for your objects, whether it is a table or a column. That's the syntax, which is a bit different. Maybe if you've performed this in the MySQL or Postgre. And then for the, but for altering the database, you can still use alter database. And this is the syntax: alter database name, modify name, and then this is the new name. So database name and new name, you can change it to suit your needs or your requirement. But this one, alter database and modify name, this is like the syntax. So yeah, you need to use it as it is. Okay, that's for rename. And then for comment, DDL comment. So comment is actually not, it's not a statement that is executable. So for all of the previous statement, drop, create, truncate, or alter, we all can execute this statement, and it can change like the structure of the database of the objects of the, But for comment, this is not a statement that you execute. So instead of statement that you execute like create or alter, it is just basically a notes for you. So this is comment. This is an example of comment. Single line comment, and then this one is also a comment. Multi-line comment. This is also a comment. So basically, it is something that you use in order to help you understand your code or your syntax better. So for example, if your data is getting bigger and you have like numerous create syntax, you have like numerous tables, so the syntax for creating the tables and for altering them is going to be numerous. It's going to be a lot, and it's going to take more time if you like try to examine each syntax to understand what it is used for. So instead of reading the syntax one by one line by one line, you can just write a comment above a chunk, above a group of syntax to like indicate what it is used for. So yeah, it's help you to understand the code. Like for example, wait. Yeah, for example, this is your syntax. Sp rename region old to region new. And then above this, you can add a comment like saying alter table name, something like that. So basically it only used to help you understand your code better. It's not a syntax that will be executed. And then this is the first kind of comments, as I've said before. Single line and then multi-line. For multi-line, you use this one, backslash, and then stars, and then you close it with the same symbol. This is for multi-line, and this is for single inline comment. So you kind of write the comment right after the syntax. You use this one only like in the opening without the closing symbol like this one for multi-line. That's the different. Okay, so that's basically that's all the comment for data definition language. Do any of you have question about that? Maybe you're still confused about the difference of drop or truncate, or you're still kind of confused about how a certain comment is used, what is used for, and how do you use it. Maybe you can ask. Do any one of you have question? Because if not, then we're going to move straight into the practice session. Anyone? Is it clear enough?
I think we can continue. Maybe the time will become more interesting when you give any demo.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so usually when just theoretical, you don't have enough illustration of how it is used. But yeah, in the practice session, we will see. Okay, now, well, then I'm going to stop sharing the screen. What about the SQL Server Management Studio? Have anyone of you finished loading and opening that? Basically, the interface it looks like this. Wait. Okay. Well, I'm assuming that all of you have opened this. Have all of you opened this one?
Yes.
Okay. And I think for this session, wait. Yeah. Okay, so for this session, in case I'm too fast or something, you can just, you can just, wait, sorry. Okay. You can just like raise your hand if you want to ask question, because this is a practice session. And yeah, so if it's difficult to ask the question in the chat box, you can just ask right away. Wait, mine is still loading. Okay. Yeah, so basically this is the interface of SQL Server Management Studio. And for me, since I have a lot of database already, so this database is kind of full. But for you, if you've just started installed the software, then maybe there won't be like a lot of the database, maybe just like databases. Yeah, there won't be a lot of that. So the first step, as we've already learned, is to create a database. So basically you can just click this one. In case it is too small or I need to enlarge or zoom it, just remind me. Basically, you can just create a new query. So, well, actually in this SQL Server Management Studio can help you to perform various kind of data definition language command without writing the syntax. So actually you can just click in this. You can perform some clicking instead of writing the syntax. But since we are learning, first we will try to use what we've learned, that is the data definition language. And then maybe later we will also try to use the user interface instead of writing the syntax. Okay, so first we need to create a database. And as we've seen, and as we've seen, for this, you can actually, we don't we don't specify what kind of database name that we're going to use, but for just like for consistency, to make it easier for every of us, to make it uniform, we can just use marketplace DB because this is a marketplace data. So the syntax for that, oh wait, sorry. So the syntax for that, as you remembered, is in the slide. It's to create database and then the database name. So basically you create database and then the database name. And for that we use marketplace DB. Just to remind you that for the command like create or database, this is not case sensitive. So it doesn't matter whether or not you write using capital letter or like this, normal letter like this without capitalized. But for this one, for the object name, like database name, table name, it is case sensitive. So if you, so it will be different if you write marketplace DB with the DB in capitalized like this, and then like this. This will be different. So just be careful about this. Okay, so we are going to use this. Create database. This is basically the syntax for creating database, very simple. But maybe I just want to also remind you that this box right here, it kind of signaling what kind of database that you use. So for you, I believe there's maybe like only master. So we use that master, and then we write the syntax, and then we click this on execute to execute the syntax. Okay, now the command completed successfully. If in your screen it appears notification like this, it means you have executed the command successfully. And if you want to check, then you can refresh the right pen, or you can refresh it from here. You can use like from the database, you can right click and click refresh, or you can use this reload symbol right here. And then you will see that a new database is added in that pane. This is the one that we just created, Marketplace DB. Up till now, just any of you have created, just every one of you have created their own database. Any problem? Yes. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So from ASEAN Stats, there is no problem. I'm hoping that, yeah, from other NSO representative can also join in this. And in case you're having problem, just ask away, so we can learn together. Maybe if there is trouble, and then if not, then I'm going to move on. After we create the database, then the next step is the we need to okay. So for some cases the reload doesn't work, so you need to right click and refresh. Yeah, that's also happens sometimes. Okay, now after we create a database, then the next step is we need to create the content of the database. So as we seen here, if you click the plus symbol next to the marketplace DB, if you expand that, you will see that in the table there are no tables. Like this is just system tables and so on, but there is no actual table right there. So the next step is to create a table. So we will see from the slide, from the data model that we have created, that we want to have 4 tables. That is marketplace data, marketplace data table, region table, category table, and subcategory table. So first, I'm just going to start from the most right part. So I'm going to create the region table. And then you see that the syntax for that is similar. You just change the database into table. So you change, create, this is like the object name, right? The object that you want to create. So before we create database, now we create table. So we change it to create table. And then we can just write the name of the table. That's the region for now, create table region. And similarly as before, for this one, since we have our own databases now, then we can use our databases, that is Marketplace DB, to make sure that we create a table in the Marketplace DB database and not in other database. So it's kind of important to take note whether it is already Marketplace DB or still in other database. Or any another alternative for that is you can specify it in here. You can just type use and database that you want to use, Marketplace DB. You can also write it like this. Okay, wait, I'm gonna forget. So for creating the table, instead of just create table region, we also need to specify the column, right? So let's see, in the data model, the region table will have two columns, that is region code and region name. So we write it right here. Ensure that you type a bracket before writing the column. So the column that we want to create is region code, sorry. And then after the name of the column, you type the type of the data type in the square bracket. So for this example, for the region code, we want to use integer because it's going to be numerical. And if you want to define the length, then you can write like this with the usual bracket. You can just type 1 or 2, or yeah, it depends on the length that you want to, on the length of the data that you need. But for now, we won't define the length just to make it easier. So we won't have to alter it later. So we just write region code and then in that integer, that's the data type. Here you can see data type integer, and then we define not null. So not null is basically another constraint. So we see that there is a constraint regarding primary key and foreign key, and then there is a constraint regarding null data, whether or not that column can store null data. So if I write that region code is not null, then it means it cannot be, you can insert a data with null value there. So it needs to have a concrete value like 1, 2, 3, something like that. Okay, that's the not null, and then region name. And then the second column, as we see, is region name. And for region name, since it's going to be a text, we can use just varchar. Oh yeah, or varchar. Usually varchar is varchar and varchar is common. You can use from one of that. Region name and varchar, you can type the length if you want, or if you don't know how long the name of the region will be, you can just leave it like that without defining it. And since we don't want any null region, so we specify not null. Okay, that's all for region table. So in this one, you add a comma because there is another column after that. But if it is the last column, then you don't need to end it with a comma. Okay, and then after that, you just need to execute. Okay, it is completed. And you will see, yeah, it needs to be refreshed too. Yeah, you will see that now you have a new table right here, region. This is it written DBO region. So DBO is basically the basic schema in the SQL Server. You can just ignore that. As long as it's shown region, then you're good. For this one, anyone having trouble? If not, then we can continue to create a table for the next table, that is category. So why I make category first instead of marketplace data? Because as you can see, for marketplace data, the column is quite a lot. So we will just create the category and subcategory first, and then later on we can create marketplace data. Okay, so for category, you can just edit the previous syntax. Still in the same pane, you can just edit that from region to category, from region code to category code, and then for region name to category name. Okay, then you can just run it. Yeah, it's also completed successfully. And if you refresh, you can see that it is added there. Another table is added. There's a category table. Then you can just move on and create subcategory. For subcategory, there are 3 columns: subcategory code, subcategory name, and category code. So this is subcategory code, subcategory name, and then category code. And this is another constraint that I need to mention. We all know that category code is a foreign key that reverts to a primary key in the category table. So the data type needs to be the same, because if it's different, then it's going to cause an error when you query your data or when you inserted the data into the table. Okay, so that's for subcategory. It's cute and it's also success. Up until now, I hope all of you are still following me. In case I'm too fast, or in case you are kind of left, then just ask or raise your hand or something, so we can wait for you. And then the last one is for the marketplace data. So for marketplace data, and yeah, actually, I can copy the syntax, and yeah, I can copy it to a notepad or something and then share it for you. But maybe I will do that later, because for now we want everyone active participation. Because if I've just shared the notepad, then it will be so easy. You just need to copy paste from that. So in order for us to really learn, for now, I want maybe all of us can just type the syntax together, because it is not too long. So yeah, the last table is create table marketplace data. And then, wait, we have data ID. Data ID, because for market, data ID is primary key. Just like in any other table, there is a primary key, but for the other tables, the primary key is a code. And for marketplace data, we use an ID because it is measures, it contains value. So instead of code, we usually use ID. Data ID. And you can just also write integer. And then after data ID, region code, subcategory code. You can just region code, subcategory code. Oh, and remember, in case you do it like me, just renaming what is there. Also remember to rename the data type, because for code, it needs to be in integer, as we have defined earlier. A subcategory code integer, and then there is month, shops number, sales amount, turnover, median price. Month. For month, actually, for month, it is pretty tricky because it is similar to the function that is existing in SQL Server. So just for you to note, for month, the type is varchar. And yeah, it also cannot be null. And then after month, we have shops number. Shops number is in integer because it is a numerical value about the number of the shop in a certain area, certain category, and certain period. It's in integer. And yeah, since we don't know how big our data is, we can, it's okay if we don't define the length of the integer, if the length of the digit, then we can just write like this. Oh, okay. So there is a question. So for this one, we don't use SQL, we don't use Visual Studio. We use the SQL Server Management Studio. This one, SQL, yeah, this one. So we just use the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. We don't use the Visual Studio yet. That's for the third day. Is it clear, Mr. Hairul? Okay. Hopefully you can join us. Or in case you are left or something, then you can ask and I will try to repeat that part. Okay, after shops number, then this is sales amount. For sales amount, it's also in integer. However, for the price, sorry, Indian price. However, for the price, since the number is not always like integer or a full number, sometimes there's a comma in there. So instead of integer, you use float for the data type. That's for median price, and the same also apply to turnover. Turnover is basically a currency because it is like the profit you can like write from multiplying the median price with the sales amount. So it's also possible that it is in decimal. So we use float, and it's also not null. Okay, I think that's all for the marketplace data. Wait. Let me check. Yeah, I think that's all. Okay, so I'm going to execute that, and it's finished. So if you refresh it, you will see that there are 4 tables. Now we have 4 tables, the same as what we have in the modeling, in the data modeling in the first section. And for each of that, you can click the plus sign right here to expand it, and you can see the column right there. Category code, category table contains category code, category name, and you can also see the what you call it, the data type of that. Oh, yeah, the data type for that, and the whether or not it can be null. The same also apply to all of that, all of the tables. You can see that now we have 4 tables, and we have the columns as what we have defined in the data modeling. Is every one of you, does any one of you have trouble, or is everything okay up to this part? Because before we move on to the next command, like for altering, modifying, renaming, dropping, we first need to have the database and the table ready first. Anyone? Is it okay, or is it too fast, or there is any problem? Okay, if not, then, oh yeah. So some of you actually, there is, for some of you who are kind of left behind, you can use the script that is being shared by Mr. Sweka Putra. You can just use that. Oh, okay, Waisal amount as integer. Thank you. I like it when there's a question. So as we've seen in the slides, for the sales amount, oh yeah, actually this is just a dummy data, but actually in the database that we're going to use, we all have the data ready. we're going to insert that later. But for the turnover and median price, that is like a price where 50,000 point 500 or 50,000 point blah blah blah. And then for the turnover, there is also decimal. But for the sales amount, this is the number of sales that you make. And for number of sales, usually we don't have decimal. It's not like the sales is, oh, the sales for this item is 10.5. It's nothing like that. So usually it is integer number. The sales is 10 for this item. The sales is 100, something like that. So we can just use integer. Wait. Is that clear? Okay, thank you. Oh, okay. Maybe Mr. Hairul, you want to share what kind of error that you experienced when creating Marketplace DB? Do you want to share your screen or open your mic to explain to us what kind of error is occurring? Oh, wait. Okay, please. Okay, permission denied. Wait, I haven't encountered this error before. Maybe you want, like, please click plus in that, in beside the database, expand, and then this in the security, expand the security, please. Login. Yeah, in the logins. Oh, wait. Or maybe credentials. Wait. I'm going to check in mine. Sorry. Oh, yeah. So which one that you use? Which one is your built-in user? Is that one that you use, or the, yeah, please click the built-in user, right click on that. Properties, please. User mapping, in this one, user mapping. Master, please click on the master. Click on the DB owner in the below, database role in the below pane. Please click on the OK, and then please click OK. Oh, wait. Server doesn't have permission. Oh, wait. Do you use Windows authentication for this one? During when you log in? Or maybe during the first time when you log in, do you use Windows authentication or SQL Server authentication?
I believe Pak Hairul installed the application using the Windows authentication, and just login using the current user.
Okay, actually it should be.
I show SA account in the management studio, but it seems it's not allowed to login. Yeah, I think sometimes we have problem with installing configuration. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes there's a problem in that regarding the user
I will try to change.
details. Yeah, Mas Hanif maybe? Is that
I will
Mas
try
Hanif?
to change. Wait,
Oh yeah. So you trying to run it with admin as administrator? Wait. Okay, okay. Then maybe we'll try to continue, and then hopefully we'll also share the syntax later, and hopefully you can practice by yourself, and then you can ask maybe in the next day or in the following day if you have any trouble. Okay, we'll continue. Wait. Wait. Wait a minute. I'm having connection problem. Well, I'm configuring mine. Does any of you have trouble other than Mr. Hairu when creating the table and database? Still. Wait a minute. Okay, sorry for the inconvenience. I'm going to share again. Okay, so now after we created the table, then we're going to perform some alteration, modification, renaming, or cropping. Okay, so first of all, in my case, unfortunately, I kind of, this is not intentional. I kind of mistyped this one, if you see. For the in category table, I mistyped the category name. So for me, I'm going to try to rename that. You can use, oh, right, I forgot another one. This one, this is the example of the use of command that we've talked about. So you type backslash and then you stars and then, for example, for this one, this is a syntax for creating table marketplace data. So you can just write like this. and then you close it. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and yeah, you will see that this line is, the color is kind of different from the rest, and it indicates that that is a comment and it would be execute. It's not executable. That's the use of the comment. And now for me, because I need to rename this, that's also an example to perform a rename. So for me, I need to rename column. Well, actually, the use of comment might not be significant when your syntax is simple like this, but when your syntax is a lot, then maybe you will need that. Okay, since I want to rename, and as I've mentioned earlier, for renaming, you can use alter for renaming column, but you use sp rename instead. Sp rename, and the old column is category. You specify the table first, category, and the old name. Yeah, you enclose it with a quote, and then you write comma to signal this, to separate the old name and the new name. And for the new name, you just write the column name without the table name. So for me, this is my old table name, this one. And we also need to add the table name. But for the new column name, we just write the column name without the table name. This is the syntax as we've seen in here. Yeah, this one. Sp rename, table name, yeah, and then new column. Execute. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Oh, I see. This is the tricky part about the SQL server. Sometimes you need to add bracket in a certain place. Hey. Oh, wait. Excuse me. It should be fine, but okay. Still, wait. Okay, wait. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, so thank you for the help. Actually, yesterday it's working just fine without this exec command, but turns out sometimes you need to add this one, the exec command, basically for execute. So you need this one for the command to work. So execute as per name and then the table name. The bracket didn't really matter for this one. Okay. And then you will see that in here now it's changed already from category name to that. And you can also perform another alteration. For example, for category codes, we don't want it to be integer. We want the category to be in an alphabetical. Then we can perform alter. So we can just alter. Wait. alter table, and then you see the table name, category, and then you ask the syntax. You can see in here. Oh, sorry, this is only for adding an dropping column. So basically for altering table, you can just define the alter table name, and then define the new column that you want. For example, category name. Sorry, this is the space. If previously it is in integer, then I wanted to change to varchar. You can just do it like here. And you execute that. Oh, sorry. Wait. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot. So I will send you the slide later. And for now, I will send the syntax into the chat box. This is the syntax. For alter, if you want to alter a column and a data type, it's a bit different than just altering a table. So alter table category, then you alter column. Sorry, I kind of forgot about this. Yeah, this one. Okay, now it's success. And if you see, the easiest way is to check through here. You can see that it's no longer. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Supposedly, the one that we want to change is not the name, but the code. We want to change the code from integer to varchar. We execute that, and then, yeah. Now we will see that the column is no longer an integer, but now a varchar. But since for me, because I accidentally changed the category name into varchar1, and this is definitely not acceptable because the name for the category will be longer than one character. So I also need to change that. So alter column, category name, and varchar. For this one, we need to specify the length, maybe like 50. I think that's enough for category name. Or maybe if you want to be safe, you can just do 100. Yeah, and then it's done. You will see that in the category now, for the category code, it's varchar1 and category name is varchar100. And another thing regarding to the constraint that I mentioned before, we know that category code is being referred by subcategory code in here, this one. So you also need to change this one, the category code in this one from integer to varchar. The syntax is similar. Alter table, just change the table. Alter table subcategory, and then alter column category code. Yeah, just making sure don't make similar mistake like me. This is a category code that we're changing, not the category name. Category code and varchar not null. We execute that. Okay, it's complete successfully. Now we'll see that the column is now, it's changing from category code. Previously it is integer, now it is in varchar. And as you've seen, and as you've probably noticed from our practication, when you Wait, my battery is low. Sorry. When you don't define the length, it is automatically set as 1. So category code is now n varchar 1. If later on we find out that we need a longer character for this, then we need to rename it. So sometimes it is safer to just like define a safe length, like maybe for code and maybe 5 digit, or for name maybe like 50 character or like 100 character. Sometimes it's safer to define the length like that. And just to make sure, we're going to check again. Oh, this one is also for region name. It's also 1. So we need to change this one too. We need to change region name because region name is more than 1 character. We need to change this one. And for month, we need to change it too. Also, for category, it's fine. Just change the one in the subcategory name, change it to nvarchar 50 maybe. And then for region name, nvarchar 50. For month, we can also change it to nvarchar 50. Okay, let's do that. Or in case you mistype your column or anything, you can also perform that alteration. For me personally, I will start from the top, and then that's for marketplace data. This one, okay. Turns out I kind of mistyped in subcategory code too. But for now, I'm going to change this one first. And for char, and this is what I'm talking about. Oh, sorry. When you edit your syntax, please be mindful and ensure that you edit the whole part and not just the part that you want to change. Like for this one, the table is still in subcategory. That's why it turns out as error. We need to change it into marketplace data. Now it's completed. We will check the result later. Category code. And then for region, outer column, region name. Okay, it's also done. And then for subcategory. Okay, for this one, since I mistyped the column name, I need to rename it first. Okay, now the name is changing and I just need to change the data type. And then sometimes for this one, you need to be careful with the capitalization. Wait, I need to reverse this. Okay, so for subcategory, now it's in subcategory name. That's correct already. And then, okay, basically, why this is important to change like the data type and all of that, because later on in data manipulation language, we're going to insert the data, we're going to like query the data, select and blah, blah, blah. And it will be difficult if your name is different, whether it is because of mistyping or something, or the data type is not compatible, then you will experience, oh, sorry. Then you'll experience an error. I forgot to put the bracket. Okay. Okay, so for me, I've finished changing the data type. What about everyone? So just to ensure for the category, it's category code in varchar, category name, just ensure it is not 1, say 50 or 100 is enough. For market-based data, ensure that the month is in varchar and not 1, maybe 10 or 50. What else? For region, yeah, ensure the region name is not varchar 1, 2. And the same for apply for subcategory. Ensure that subcategory name is not varchar 1. And if you have performed all of this, then we have learned and we have practiced how to use create statement, alter statement. Alter statement basically for changing a data type. Now we will try to use alter statement for adding or dropping a column. Actually, for this, you can try anything you want. Like maybe for me, for alter table, for example, region. So, you know, in different data sets, maybe there are like various kind of region level. Like for example, in Indonesia, there are province, district, sub-district, and something like that. So maybe you want to add region level to know whether this region is a province, is a district, or something like that. And for that, you can perform alter table region and then add column, as you've seen in slides. Add column, for example, region level. What do you want it to be? Maybe in varchar. And varchar and the length, since it is, we're going to write the text in here, like province, district, or something, then maybe, yeah, just write 50. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I kind of forgot. So as we've seen in here, for adding a column, we just write add without the column, different from dropping. So we just write add without the column. Oh. If it's only one column, you don't need the bracket. Yeah, now it's complete. So just to refresh, for adding a column, you only need to write add without the column. And if you want to insert multiple new column, then you use a bracket. But if you only add one column like me, then you don't need that bracket. At region level, ensure 50. And we will see here in my region, now I have region level. And if you don't define the not null, then the default is this column can allow a null value. Okay, that's an example only. But for this case, we won't use that, so we're going to drop that right away. And for dropping, for this one, then you need to specify drop in the object name. That is a column, drop column. You don't need this one, drop column region level. This is only for example, basically, and for practice, and just to like give you an illustration of when will you need this to use this kind of syntax, the add and drop syntax. Like that's just an example. Wait, okay, some refresh doesn't work. Okay, so now we don't have that. We have the column as an original, like in the data model that we have. So now we have learned how to use create and alter, whether it's for dropping, adding, or modifying, whether it is changing the data name, the table name, column name, or the changing the data type. And we've performed drop for column. For table and database, we will use that later. For truncate, okay, for truncate, basically for this one, since we don't have the data right here, so we can actually perform a truncate. Maybe we will see later in the data manipulation language after we've tried to insert the data. And now maybe for rename, we've also tried this for the column name. And if any one of you want to try to rename for the table name, it's also okay. So to give an example of what truncate is like, maybe we will try just one insert, just to give an example. So for example, in detail, it will be explained later, but for now, we just going to insert something into the region table. So this syntax is insert into region, and then values. This is the comment, and then you can just right away specify the value for each column. So simultaneously, you need to define the value for region code and then for region name. So for region code, maybe 1, and then region name maybe Indonesia. This is just for an example. Okay, so 1 row affected, and this is success. And if you see right here, if you right click in DB origin, select top 1000 rows, you'll see that now it has 1 row, that is the one that we just inserted, region code Indonesia. So now this is just a dummy data, and in the real case, when you implement the database, you insert a wrong data. If it's only 1 record, then you can use delete. But if it's a lot of record and you just want to delete all of that record, if you want to just clean it, then you can use truncate. So we use truncate table region. Okay, it's completed. And if you run this syntax again, you will see that there is no longer any data there. So that's basically the use of truncate, to empty the whole data, to empty the whole table. That's for truncate. And rename, we've also performed that. Comment, we'll also see what it's used for. And now for a drop. Yeah, we'll try to perform drop table. Okay, wait. Because we don't want to drop a table that we're going to use, then for this, let's just say we create a dummy table. Create table, let's just say, yeah, let's just create a dummy table, for example. And you can, if you want to be experimental, you can try to see what will happen if you create a table without defining a column. You can also try that. But you'll see that it doesn't work. For create table dummy, you still need to define a column for the data build dummy. So you can just, for example, write this one, just anything is fine, because this is just a table that we're going to drop later to see how the drop table works. Okay, so we've seen that now we have a dummy table right here, and we can just delete that right away using drop table dummy. Wait, my chat is not showing. Okay, so Mr. Jairo has solved this problem. What happened? Maybe if any one of us encountered the same error, we can learn from you. How do you solve it, Mr. Jairo? Okay, maybe you can share it later in the chat if you like. Okay, so it turns out sometimes you need to run the SQL Server Management Studio as administrator, or else sometimes you will encounter issue like the one that Mr. Jairo experienced. But yeah, okay. Thankfully, it has been solved. And yeah, I will share the syntax later in a notepad.sql, so you can use that to practice. Okay, continuing on, we are going to drop the dummy table. Drop table dummy. Okay, so we don't have, now we won't have that table anymore. Okay, now we have the table back to our original table. So we've seen how the drop table is used, how the drop database is, for drop database. Actually, it is similar to drop table. If you want, you can also create a test database or something and then delete that. Because if you delete this one, then yeah, maybe you will have to create that for the next session, the next practice session. So if you want to see how drop database work, you can just use master. Create database pass. Wait, just ensure that I don't have that already. Okay. Create database test. Cute. Okay, we have that. Test. This is the one that we just created. Now we can just drop that. It's similar and the syntax is very simple. Just do this, drop the database test, and it will be deleted. You will no longer have it. Okay, now it's gone. So that's how you use drop database or drop table. And actually, that's basically all of the basic DDL command. If you want a more advanced command, then maybe we can you can explore it on your own. You can search in the website. But basically, for a simple database use, that's all we need: create, alter, drop. And just for you to know, actually in SQL Server, you can use the user interface that's already provided without using the syntax. So you can just right click and then click new database, like this one, for example. Oh, I'm sorry, it's kind of loading. Yeah, you can just create the database right here. And then the result will be the same, just like you create using a syntax. And then if you've already created a database, you can create new table. Wait, tables. In the tables, you can create new table. And then, yeah, you can define the column name right away. And what is the data type, whether or not it allow nulls, the nulls and not nulls. You can define that right here if you want. It's similar, but since it's already 10 and almost 10:30, I think that's all for the data definition language. Does anyone of you have question? You can just delete. Delete is for drop. You can delete database by doing this. You can delete table by doing this. Basically, that's all data definition language is about, modifying the structure of the database. Okay, Do any of you have question before we move on to the data manipulation language, I mean? Anyone? Okay, if any of you don't have a problem, yeah, okay. Thank you. Then maybe I will share the, I will have like a file like this one. Yeah, and I will share it in the drive. So basically you can use it for practice. There are like scripts for creating database and then altering it and then, yeah, and so on. Wait, this one. Yeah, this one for creating table, altering it, and so on. Oh yeah, and this, maybe we won't have enough time to practice, but I just want to explain a bit. This is the one that we're talking about, a constraint. Sometimes if you want your database to be really ideal, sometimes you need to add this in your syntax when creating a database. So for example, format to place data, you create a constraint where the primary key is data ID, and then there is also like a foreign key, a region code, and it reverts to table region, column region code, and another foreign key, subcategory code that revert to the subcategory table and subcategory code column, similar to what we have designed in this data modeling. But yeah, if you want to try it, then you can. But for our next practice session, we're going to move on to data manipulation language. If you don't have any trouble or any more question with what we've learned, I will share it later after I tidy it, because yeah, it's kind of not incomplete. It's kind of incomplete. I need to complete it first before sharing it to you. Okay. Maybe we can have like 5 minutes break, or I don't know, 10 minutes before we moving on to the data manipulation language, if there's no question.
Yeah, before continue to next presentation about data manipulation language that will be presented by Mr. Hanif, better if we have a short break time in case some participant need to go to restroom or just need to do some stretching. I think 5 minutes or 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes is enough. Okay. Okay. We join again in next 5 minutes. Okay, everyone, we're back to the training. Without further any ado, I will hand over the time to Mr. Muhammad. I forgot Muhammad Hanif to present about data manipulation language. Mr. Hanif, please.
Wait. Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for finding time and attending this workshop, second part of introduction of database. And thanks to ASEAN Stat to let me participate as one of the keynote speakers for today. Firstly, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Muhammad Hanif Ananto, and you can call me Hanif. And then
sorry, Mr. Hanif.
yes.
Could you close to the microphone?
Hello.
Yeah, I think better.
Yes. Before we continue to the ML material, wait a minute. This one. Okay. Before we continue to the ML material, have all of you restored the marketplace data into SQL Server, like the file that have been uploaded by my friend di Puspitasari. You can restore it to the SQL Server. So before I continue this material of data manipulation language, we must restore the marketplace file to SQL Server. Okay, let me change the screen. After we download the marketplace.sql file, let me show you how to open it, how to do it from the first step. Open the SSMS, SQL Server Management Studio, then choose the file menu, choose open, and then choose file. And find the like this. Then we can open it. And ensure the file is about 9,914 lines. And after that, before we go to restore, this data and the schema, let we create first the new database. Create the marketplace database. You can follow me. Like this. We create new database. It's called marketplace. It's different from the first part. The first part is marketplace DB, but for the DML part is called marketplace, just only marketplace. and we can see in the left window pane, there is new database called marketplace. If there is any error or any trouble, so the marketplace database is not created in the left window pane. Ensure this is created first, and then we execute the marketplace SQL data from the chat menu, from the file that have been downloaded. You can click the execute menu, or we can press the F5 function 5. From Sweka Putra, the file is from Wipuspitasari in the above. Thank you, Rian. Okay, then if the restore data, if the restore process is successful, you can see like this statement, completion time, blah blah blah. If there is no any this statement, usually the restore process is failed. So ensure the restore process is successful. Or we can see from the left pane in the marketplace database. First, we must to refresh. You can see in the screen. Refresh first the marketplace, and then we see we navigate to tables, and then we must check. There are 4 tables that have been created: category table, marketplace data table, and region tables and subcategory tables. And then we can check if the data have been created automatically by right-click the category or any tables. Let we choose category table. Right-click, then select top 1,000 rows. Okay. If there is a result appear in the result tab, so the process of restoration is successful. If there is not any result, so the restore process is failed. Okay, I will check to marketplace data is success or not. Is it about 1,000 data? Okay, I think it's enough for the first part of DML. Then, okay, before I continue the material, DML material, you can ensure the marketplace database is created. And the second is for table of marketplace database is created, and then you can randomly check the data. You can check for category tables or marketplace data table or region table or data of subcategory table. Is there any question or any problem for restore process?
Mr. Hanif, sorry.
Yes.
Just to arise the question related with the script you share. Can you share where the file come from? I think the one that's shared by Miss Dwi is for DDL. Is it the same or different ones?
Wait a minute. Let me.
I'm sorry. This one is for data manipulation language. For DDL, I'm still compile it and will share it later.
Okay.
So, yeah. So you can use the marketplace.sql for this session with Mas Hanif.
Indeed. Okay, I will show you. There is no difference between the file I have in my laptop and the file that has been uploaded in the chat. It's same. 9,914 lines. In its mine is same. Thank you to Dipusita. Is there any problem? Okay, if there is not any problem, may I continue the material for data manipulation. Okay, before I continue, maybe for some people that confused about the marketplace SQL, let me give big picture what the Pusitasari type in the chat. So in the marketplace SQL, there are two parts. First one is the DDL, data definition language. Is for define the scheme. It's about the table or the relational foreign key or another, maybe like index. And then the second part is the like this. The part for ingest the data or insert data to the table. And the last part in the bottom part, there are several comments. It's about to create some constraint like primary key or maybe relational between two tables like this line number 9893. Okay, maybe enough for the marketplace SQL. Let's continue for the DML. Okay. In this third session, in this session, instead of some explanation of DML terminology, there are 1 till 2 hands-on or exercise in each material that need to be done before continue to next material. It means when I explain about select, I will show you the hands-on and the theory. And for insert to, for update, and until for the last part. Okay, let we continue. The DML or data manipulation language, it is used for accessing and manipulating data in database. It handles user requests. It had been explained in the first day. Last session. In the DML there are several commands like select, insert, update, delete, match, explain, plan, log table, and call. Okay, continue for the first comment. Let's say it's about the first one is insert comment. Insert comment is the comment that lets us to add single record or multiple record to a table. As simple as that. And let's try the hands-on. We want to add F category, which category name is handphone and accessories. You can see in the right image in this slide, in this screen. We will add handphone and accessories. I will highlight this part. Yes. And okay, let me move to the SSMS. Okay, you can open the SSMS and open new query file, or you can choose this button in the upper part of SQL Server Management Studio, new query, just like that. And we can start type the DML for insertion. In this part, we will to insert handphone and accessories. First, we want to see what is inside category table. We type select, stars, and then from, and then we type category and execute this line. We highlight this only 2 lines of this and we execute. Invalid check category. Oh, if you have see this error, so it means the new query file is not oriented to marketplace database. So you must click the marketplace database in the left window panes, and then click new query and copy and paste and execute. Yes. This is the first command of select category table, select all data from category table, and then we will type the second part of the section. Insert into category. In this insert into comment, there are the structure. Structure is first type the insert into, then the second one is table names, and then the last one is the I repeat again. The first one, the insert into comment, and then second one is table name, and then the structure itself, we must type it like this: category code and category name, and then we will type values and type the F category, and the name of category is handphone and accessories. And don't forget about the semicolon. So from this insert into comment, it means we will insert record of F category with category name, handphone, and accessories to category table. And before we execute it, we must prepare it the result. So just duplicate the select category comment above to the low part, just like what I did in screen. And then we execute all. If successful, then we can see the before, the table before, and the after before. The before table, there are only five records, only until the A category. And after the insert, we can see the F category. The new category is called F category, handphone and accessories. Okay. And then let's back to the slide. is same with the comment that in the slide. So we have now the first type of insert into, and then we try to move to second one. We want to insert multiple value into category tables. We want to insert G category and its category, which the G category is about jam tangan, and its category is hobby and koleksi. Before we do that, is there any problem for the first one part? Insert into? Maybe it's the simple one. If there are no problem, let me continue for the second one, multiple row. We want to add add G category and H category. Oh, SSMS. Okay. Then okay. In my screen, I will delete the query before and I'll put it here. Then we will start. Then the first, let me see the content first from category table, and we have 6 records in here, and then we want to insert multiple value. Insert into category name. You can follow me in screen. And then values. Don't forget about the single quote. If we specify if the value is varchar or string or like that. But for the numeric, don't use the single quote. But because category code and category name is, you can see in here, varchar, both of them is varchar, we must use single quote. Both of them. The G category is for jam tangan, and the second one for, you can copy and paste, copy the first insert into, become its category with hobby and koleksi. And then select yes. This is the syntax for insert multiple values. But if we see, there are redundant code where each criteria, the first criteria and the second criteria is separated, become two parts. We can simplify this query, become like this. let me comment this part. And we can uncomment. And we can just use the first one insert into and type the second value. Type this part. Just put it here. Nah. So the second comment is more simplified than the first query, first comment, where we put the multiple value into single line. And then let's say we execute this. Just press the F5 button or press the execute button. And I will show you what the difference. Okay, in the before table, there are 6 records of category tables, but in the next table, the new one, there are 8 records. There are G category and H category. So this is a successful insertion of multiple value. So there are 3 new value: the F category, the G category, and the H category. Okay. Next to the slide. Oh, it's same in the slide. There are 2 alternatives. We can put multiple insertion comment for each value, or we can use the simplify comment, where we just need to type the insert into, and the second part is the all value. And the next material is the insert select. The insert select, in this example, we want to insert. Oh, I'm sorry. The example, the picture example in below is wrong. We don't need the category code column. We want to input the category name from category table into category name only table. So it means we want, I'm sorry. So it means we must create the category name only table first, and then we insert the data from category tables. We just select the category name, not the category code. Okay. Let me change to SSMS. Remove the code, and I will copy the comment. I will copy the instruction. We will create new category name only table and insert. Yes. From category name only table. And we can see if the second part, selection of category name only, is invalid or error, because the category names, category name only tables is not created recently, it's not created. So we must create category name only table first. So let's say the table exists category name only. And then create and we can use category, use this information, category name from category tables. Just copy it. The data type is n varchar. And not null. So the second part of this comment is to create the category name only table. And then we continue for the third part is insert select. Insert into category name only, select. Oh, sorry. So we want to insert into category name only, but the data is from category tables, from category name. And then for the last part is we want to ensure the insert select is successful with by using select command, just like in the screen. So there are 4 parts: drop table if exists, create the table, and the main part is insert into, and the last part is to ensure the insert into is success. Okay, let's say we press execute button. Oh, I'm sorry, they are missing create table. So in the create table we have already studied in the first part by my friend Puspita. Okay. We use that command in here, create table. Okay, let's say execute. Nah, this one is the result of insertion into category name only tables. You can see there are X records, and if we want to ensure in the marketplace table, a marketplace database in the left pane, we must to refresh and then choose tables, and we can see there is category name only tables. Okay. So in this part, we have studied how to insert into with selection from other tables. We select from category tables, its column category name, and input it into. Okay, let's say we compare with the slide. Okay. So it has been right. The result is as expected. Then we can continue to the last part of insert process. Select into. There is this the alternative way from the insert select. Let's try with select into. Oh, this is the wrong part too. There are no category code column. So we just need the category name column in the category name on the table. Okay, let's move to SMS again. Make new note. Comment in here. Let's okay. In this new material, we will insert with select into. So we write again the drop table of category name only. We will drop these tables and we will create new one. But let's check. This is the simplified query, a simplified comment. From category, then select category name, and then nice. Select into, I will copy it. Okay, I will move to the new file, and then we will insert again table of category name only. From. Okay, let me try to execute all comment. There is 3 parts in here, and it's successful. You can see in here the category name only tables is already created again with 8 records. But the syntax is more efficient. Only 3 lines, and let's we compare to the select insert select. We need to create more lines than the new approach. You can see this is the old one. We must to create the tables with its scheme. Then we must define the insert into. We must define into, which means we will input the data from category tables, and then just that there are 6 lines. let's compare for the new one. There are only 3 lines. So select into is more efficient than insert select. But in some scenario, we can use select into based on some conditional, based on some condition. And we can call insert select is more better in some condition. And select into become better in some condition too. So we must plan wisely which method we choose. Let's back to the slide. Yes, this is the query of insert comment. We have already learned 4 types of insertion or insert process. The first one, the single value. Second one is multiple value. The third one is insert select, and the fourth one is select into. Okay, next to the update comment. In the update comment, we will update the category table, which in J category and F category. Where in the F category, handphone and accessories become smartphone and accessories, and the G category become E category and smartwatch. Okay. Okay, let's say we will update the F category to smartphone and accessories at Okay, in this part, I will show you how to update some I'm sorry, low battery. I will show you update some category to smart F category to smartphone and accessories, and G category to I category smartwatch as category table. Let's say update category, set category name for smartphone and yes, smartphone and accessories, where The category code is F. And we will update the category of G become I, and the name is become smartwatch. And if we want to see before after, just do what we have done. Select start from category tables. And just execute it. Okay. We have already see. We see if the previous table we have 8 records with where F the card handphone and accessories and the G is jam tangan. But for the new one, the F record becomes smartphone and the G category becomes smartwatch. Okay, so we can say the update process is successful in here. And it is one of the implementation of update command. Update category. Okay, let's we move to the next material. Update some column is done. Okay, let's say we will to try delete some row. We want to delete. Okay. In the picture, we will to delete E record and the H record. Smartwatch and hobby and collection will be deleted. Okay, let's say I will move to the new. Okay, copy this comment. In the delete, it's simple. We type delete from the table name and we specify the category. Specify the condition. Let's say delete category I and H. So we must type where category code in. Oh, sorry. We can type like this, or we can make it more simple, just like this. So we we use the in operator where category code in I and its category. And don't forget, we will to ensure the delete process is success. Okay, execute. Okay. We see the delete operation is success. We success to delete I category and its category. And in the result tab in the below, we see now there are only 6 records. The previous one 8 records. Now 6 records. If not successful, there is still 8 records. But if successful, is become 6 records. So the delete command is just delete from the name table name, and the condition is what, and specify the condition. Okay, we move from delete to merge. Okay. For the next one is the merge command. Merge command. Merge command is combine the two tables become one. In this case, we will to combine the category tables and category 2021 tables to category 2021 tables. Okay, let's say the category 2021 tables is like this. We have 8 tables. We have 8 records where there are some new records from F, K, K, and L. I'm sorry. I repeat again. The category tables, there is 6 records. The category 2021 tables, there is 3 records. There are 3 records. And then we merge 2 tables become one, where in the category 2021 tables become 8 records. A, B, C, D, E, F, K, L. So the first one, we will create the category 2021 tables and insert 3 value, and then we will merge into new table. Drop table. We utilize from the previous one select into. But we just need the scheme only. It means we just need to copy the structure of category tables to category 2021 table. And then we put the data insert into category values, category code, and category name. We will put FGL handphone and accessories. For the K is automotive, and for the L olahraga, sport and outdoor. Okay, then before we try the match command, we will check if the create in category 2021 table creation is success or not. We execute this code, and the category 2021 tables is already created. Okay, then we move to merge section. The main part of the merge command is this one, the two lines above. Merge category 2021 tables as target using category table as source. It means we will input the category data into category 2021 tables where the condition is the category code. I'm sorry. In condition where category code from target tables is same as source table at column category code. So next we put when match, when not match, the criteria in merge. So in the merge criteria, it's like this. We must specify the condition in merge comment. If the target code is not same as source category code, we will update the records. Yes, I'm sorry. If the category, I'm sorry, I will repeat again. If the category code from target table and category code from source table is matched or similar or same, and then check the category name of both tables. If both is not same, so the target table is updated with the source table for the category name. And then if second condition, we specify if the target is not matched with the source, we will insert the source from, we will insert source to target table. Source source category name. And then the last one is to ensure the merge comment is already successful executed from category 2021. So we can see in the merge comment there are three main parts. The merge comment, the merge syntax, and then the match part, and then the not match part. This is a general syntax for match. Maybe there are any condition, we can modify the match and not match. We highlight first the for part. Don't highlight for the upper part, just the bottom part from merge until the select category 2021, and we execute. If it's success, we can see if the category 2021 tables is become 8 records, where in the previous one only 3 records. So we can see in here for the fourth rows until 8th row is the row from category table. So this is how the merge comment implemented. Okay, let me back to the slide. So this is the merge two tables. then we will move to the select comment. Okay, let's make it test. Okay, in this last part, we will focus to the select comment. This will cover all general case of file select, from simple select until join select join. And the first one, we will see how to select all marketplace data tables. You can use, you can try the syntax to open all data marketplace table, data table. You can try in SSMS like this. Select from marketplace data tables. If success, there will be 9,633. Okay, next we go to the slide. It's easy. It is easy and simple because we retrieve all records. And then we will try select top 10 records by add top 10 in the near select comment. We put top 10 in here. We just put top 10 and press execute. And if success, there will be 10 records. This is in only in I don't know if the top comment is only in SQL Server or not, but in the RDBMS, the comment is, you can use another alternative. You can use limit and offset. But in the SQL Server, we use top comment. Then we can move to the next material. We can choose some column like this. You can choose select region code and subcategory codes, months, and sub number from marketplace data. And then next, to select unique value, we can use this thing. Okay, I will not hands-on because the time is so not so much time. I will show you some syntax in here. This is the sample of select unique value comment. We use this thing. In here, for the efficient, if we want to select unique value, if for specific column, we must specify the column, select district region codes. Let me show you some. In this demo in SSMS, if we try this, the query will be applied to all columns, and the engine of SQL Server will work more effort than if we just do this. data ID, because the data ID is the unique value or primary key of marketplace data. This will be more efficient. Okay, we can next material. We can use you can select unique value for multiple values and multiple columns. We define the multiple column after we type with distinct. This means show the record that the column of both column is unique region code and subcategory codes. And next, we will see the select filter value. It means we want to filter the marketplace data table based on some column, based on some condition. In this sample, we will select records where subcategory is 56 and the sub count more than 100. You can see the subcategory code is right 56 and the sub number sub count is more than 1,000 more than 100. And next, I'm sorry, it's more than 1,000. There are some mistake in here. And sub count more than 1,000. And then next to select filter value, where we use between, where between is the rank filter of a column. You can say in this table, we will select the data where the sales amount is from 0 till 50. This part, sales amount. You can use between 0 and 50. And then we move to next one, select group by. Select group by is select the data where it's group the records. In this sample, we will group the data by region codes and subcategory code. And in this sample, we'll try to sum the sub numbers and average numbers of months. So the group by is used to aggregate function. I don't forget to specify the column that state in group by in the select. If not, it will be error. So it means if we forget to specify this part, well, where I cross the word in screen, it will throw error. So we must erase we must specify the column that state in group by. And then we have select having by. Select having by is we want to filter that criteria that cannot be selected in where. So it means we cannot filter some of subs number in where. So we must specify in having comment like this. If you put this part in where, it will throw error. And it means the data say we want to see the data that average numbers of months for 6 months is less than 100. And we can see the data is so the average numbers of months is less than 100. Then we move to select order by. We want to order the data by region code and subcategory code. So the data will be sorted by region code and subcategory code as shown in the screen, in the slide. We see 94 and 74, and then 94 and 75, and so on. Then don't forget why we use cache in subcategory code, because the subcategory code is string. We need to sort it because for the efficient we must to convert the subcategory codes varchar into integer. Okay. We have already studied from select, from simple form of select, and then we have where, group by, having, and order by. And then we move to some operator of DML like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulus. It's like arithmetic. Bitwise operator is operator for integer. We already know in programming material. And then we move to comparison, where we will be compare two expression. They are equal to, greater than, and etc. Less than until not greater than. And comparison operator can be used in where statement or having by statement. And then we move to logical operator. There are all and any between exist in like until some. And then we move to set operator. There are three main operator in here. There are union operator, intersect, and except. And in the union, we combine two table become one. And then for intersect, we just choose the intersection part of two tables. And the last one for the except, we just select some data from table 1 which is appear to in the table 2, second table. So we exclude the data of table 1 which appear to in table 2. For the syntax, you can see in the slide. We use union, intersect, and except. . For the complex, we can add where statement, group statement, and etc. And then we move to string operator. There are a lot of operators here, from concatenation, wildcard, the same as the programming language. The terminology, I mean. Okay, we will review the aggregate function in DML, where there are sum function, count, average, minimum, maximum, and first. For the sum function is return the sum of a group of values, and the count is return the number of rows based on condition or without condition, average for average value. The minimum is for the minimum value of a column, and maximum value, same as minimum, but for the maximum. And the last one for the first is return the first value of the column. And I can say for the sum until max, the implementation in this case SQL Server is similar with another BPMS, but for the first comment is like little different with another BPMS. So I try to put in here in the syntax, select first underscore value with column over order by table. It look like same as top comment. And then we move to nested query. In nested query, we have two query where the inner query is inside in here part, and the outer query is in outer part, this one. Okay. So the inner query, I give the maps in here, and the outer, in here we select subcategory codes from subcategory table, where subcategory name is laptop and mouse and keyboard, and the result is returned to marketplace data, and it's all like in the picture below. We can see the subcategory codes is laptop and mouse keyboards 97 and 98. Maybe it's similar with join tables. We can use inner join or where statement. And then we come to the last part, the ML join. The ML join is similar with subquery, but there is little different in the query. And in join, in general join, there are 4 types. The first one is left join, second one is left right join, third one is inner join, and the last one full join. Left join, it means we just choose all data from A and B, but not show the data from B that not join or appear in A. And vice versa, from left join is right join. And then we have inner join. This is the intersection part of join, where we will show the data just appear in A and B. And the full join, we will select all data that show in A and B, even though the A and B is not same. I mean, the category code is different. They will be so. Let's say we try all of them like this. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, let's say we will delete this category 2021. We will try to delete A category until E category. And there will be FTL category. Let's join with category. Okay. This is the sample of four join type from left, right, inner, and outer, full outer join. And we can see from left join, we will be shown, it will be returned or record from subcategory 58 records. But if we use right join, we just shown 3 records because in the left from the left table, there aren't any category FTL. But if you use full outer join, we can see it will be shown the record is 58 plus 3 become 61 because full outer join will combine all data from table A and table B, even though there are no similarity. We can see in here, and for the null column will be consist of null value like this, null null null, like in the category code called category name. Okay, this is the last part. Sorry. This is the last part of the ML exercise. We can see there are some insight that listed in here from maximum and minimum of salt by region, category, and month until number of salt by region and month. Maybe we can skip this exercise because the time is limited, and if we want to know, if you want to know the syntax from the exercise, the spoiler is in the slide that will be uploaded in the chat. It's like this. This is the sample of the ML exercise from maximum and minimum of sales amount by region, category, and month. And terserah. Okay. That's all the explanation of DML and its hands-on for the practice. I'm sorry if the time is limited and the practice is not so much. If there are any ideas or any knowledge, we are very glad to hear. Or if any question about this, you're welcome.
Okay, so I think that's all for us from Statistics Indonesia. If there are no more questions, then I think we're giving it back to the moderator from ASEAN Stat. Anyone? Maybe Mr. Sueka or Mr. Father from ASEAN Stats?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hanif, and also Ms. Ita for the presentation for today. We realized that allocated time very limited to cover all subject in the presentation, but I hope all participants can follow and catch the subject. Yeah, it seems participant so quiet, but when I raise the question, I have I receive response message in the chat box Some sent to everyone, and some of them send the message privately. So I believe most of the participants follow the presentation. So we come to the end for today. We meet again tomorrow at the same time at 8 o'clock Jakarta time. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.